Hello everyone, this is Fallen Dice and welcome back to some more StarRupture. We are once again starting over in our new starter zone, but of course because I chose to delete the old stuff, we're getting to start with all the unlocks that I already had, hoping to get a little more efficient. So I think yesterday we finished the calcium, the second titanium, second wolfram, and then I think we came over here to do the third titanium. And I think that's about where we left off. I still have another wolfram, calcium, and titanium vein over here that we got to collect. Do I have hearts? I don't think I do. So the hope for today is I would love to get the rest of these feeder bases completed and then get a start on our actual combination base where we send all of our basic products we've been making. So again, each area only makes products that are made by its own items. So all titanium items at titanium bases, wolfram at wolfram, calcium at calcium. I could go out and probably grab some helium and some sulfur and things like that, but I think I want to wait till we get over into that next area and then just use this one to kind of do some basic stuff. So in between, I did do some playing with my numbers. And let's see, where's the... Oh, there we go. Looking at the final... This gets crazy. Trying to balance these things out. Like, look at these ridiculous numbers. And then I'm in negative 16,000, 24,000. Yeah, this game right now is not currently set up to be able to just have a factory running, building all the things. So the plan is to take each one of these zones that we have here. Oh, did I do that over here? Well, that's unfortunate. Let's put those over there. I was doing my planning on the next base, but easy enough to move in over here. And we're still going to get our math and stuff working out. So let's see, I think I had made some changes. What did I do? I think it was with the third or the fourth titanium. Yeah, I think I chose not to do any more housing and try to, okay. But I went 14, 12, 3. Let's replace that so I get my numbers correct here. Okay, that gets that there. And I think I might have done some calcium changes too. I don't think I did any wolfram for 3. 3, 2, 3. Yep. But I think I did. So we went 4 and 1. Yeah, there we go. One change there. And one change over here. There we go. Now our numbers are a little bit better. I am going to be like a small negative on the sheets. The only way to fix that would have been to kind of come up to here and swap things over, because I do have a surplus on the powders, which I could do, but I think we're okay with just one small little deficiency, we'll say. Let me make sure I've got all my notifications up. I always hate when I miss someone trying to say something in stream. Okay, make sure we're in the right things. There we go. All right, cool. So yeah, so that's what we're working on today, is we're gonna make this site, and that site, and then take all the outputs of everything we've had, and that's gonna feed in. What the heck? My mouse is going all over the place. Why do I have you in there? Yeah. That's going to feed, and we're going to make these right here, which will give us these numbers, and then that's going to be the remaining outputs left for us to send over to the next area. And I think when I made that change there, I actually gave myself some more rods. And I was actually wanting to make something else but I needed rods for it. It might be... can't make that. So it was either stabilizers or might have been tubes. Let's see if I go with another tube, where does that put me? Okay, that takes care of all my rods. Doesn't adjust there. Okay, yeah, that works. So yeah, so we'll be making this, and it's going to be what, 11, 21 fabricators and 9 furnaces will be the well, we'll be creating at that medium base, and then everything will be output on some 5 wides, which should be good now. I think the issue I had last night where they were still skipping is when they said to make a mods folder and then drop everything in the mods folder. I took the individual files out and dropped them, as opposed to putting the folder of the 5-rail save fix thing into there. So I think that's kind of what happened there. So I should be good now. I don't know if it's going to affect the ones that were already there. So if I have any major issue on the outputs, because that's really the only place I've used them, I may have to replace those. If I do, though, I'm just going to do that between streams. That way we're not taking up time here making fixes. I don't think I ran these outputs. I think we got to the point where we made the storage. We were starting to get our buffer built up. And then we got to this point, but I don't think we actually ran. Yeah, no. And that's going to have to get over to there. We might hold off, because I might just make it and run it with the stuff that's coming this way, so we can just kind of do it all in one shot. That's going to be a lot of things coming. So it's going to be 2 outputs of calcium, 3 outputs of titanium, and then 2 of wolfram. So it's 4 and 3. That's not as bad. That's not too bad. Let's run down here. Let's go ahead and grab this meteor, so we've got a heart, so we can set down our core for this. I don't think I can cover both the wolfram and the titanium in one core. We'll take a peek, but yeah, I don't believe so. I think I'm going to have to get another one for the titanium when we do that one. They are close-ish together. I was about to say I should do this first, but I keep forgetting. This is an already existing world. I've already done all that. Okay, so let's head up here. Again, this is going to be the wolfram part. We've got all set aside what we want. I just need to decide where do I want to set up the factory. And I'm thinking, I'm trying to remember in the other world where I set it up. So everything's coming from here. Probably down here is best. Which means I also need to make sure that we're covered there by this core. So yeah, it's getting less and less likely we're going to be able to include. Oh yeah, no. Oh, let's see. I don't think it would cover that, and it definitely doesn't cover that. Okay, so it's a moot point. So let's try to center it a little bit more. All right, what do we got covered here now? So I'm pretty good up to this point. Looks like I don't think I ever went in there. It's like a little crater. Interesting. I guess coming down there, it just didn't look like something to go into. Okay, yeah, I think we're good here. It's a nice central spot, so we'll put that in there. Let's get a habitat here, the one that we can share for both, I guess. So kind of close to where, because the titanium factory is going to go down here. So we're both kind of in a.
I'm detecting increased
Oh, good thing we're doing this.
Prepare for a wave.
Do I have? Just make sure I'm not covering up. Okay, that's those going down. Yeah, I need to move this over a little bit. I don't want it. It's kind of in the way of where I might want to run. And I think actually it might have even been covering. Yeah, it was covering an actual. Okay, so let's see. Let's put you down here. Looks like a good plan. All right, we'll throw in a quick airlock. Okay, we'll delete the quick airlock. And we'll put it in the middle. We'll give a little stairs, make it easier to get in. Okay, a couple things that wouldn't be bad to have around here, just so we can get rid of whenever we get the little parts. Let's see, we'll throw in a little basic printer and probably a recipe station and generation chamber. And just in case, we'll throw in the weapon upgrade. Okay. Put in some windows. Copy the windows so I can put them in the back. Cool. A nice little area. Probably should put some storage as well, just in case. Cool. And then while we're waiting, so again, coming back up to here, this is number 3. So we're going to need 8 smelters and 8. Okay, we can just make a smaller footprint if I offset. So it actually, yeah, let's try that. We'll do the offset on the smelters. So I make the 4x4 wide gaps. Should work. But again, though, we're going to give us a much smaller footprint here. And I'm not combining anything, so then it'll just be straight. Outputs into a storage, and then I guess out to a 3x3. I mean a 3 wide. We're just putting out. Wait, I'm putting out all 3. Yeah, wire, plates, and powder. So yeah, 3x3 will work. When we get up to there, we might grab something off the titanium line. I also have stuff coming from there. I'll have to look at the numbers. I got 480 rails, so I shouldn't have issues with the numbers coming out of any of these factories. It's just going to be a preference. Like I said, if I get up to there where I hadn't done it yet, I could actually combine some of the titanium items into a single, which I think would be cool. All right, good. Then we can actually get our other heart here. Good. We'll need it. Okay. Coming down here. So let's get our footprint set up. Again, since we're going for offset. Let's see, are we, oops, no, why? Alright, we definitely, okay, what's the low, let's lock that in. So that's the problem you kind of run into a lot when you're setting up something like I do with the multiple levels, is you got to find, it's always going to be that little spot where it dips down just a little bit, and that's usually enough to really kind of mess up your build. So, alright, I think this looks good here. So we'll start on this side. I like to have, if I can, the base be these supported pillars, because it doesn't require me to put in a little extra support in the middle, so it makes things a little cleaner for me. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, there we go. Nope, I have to be. So I tried to switch. I usually go 3 gaps in the middle and then 4 long this way, but I can't place the smelters the way I want that way, so it's got to leave the four gaps in on both directions, which depending on where I put things, it can actually make blocks disappear. But unfortunate is really until they fix it so that the platform that the wire splitters sit on is considered a platform. We're kind of stuck. Oh man. So one spot where it didn't quite fit. Is this the same height? Okay, not what I was trying to do. I can still do it. Okay, it is. Good. So I will have to probably put a support. By here and here. Okay. And we'll go back one more. So I want to make sure I have room enough for the output buffers. Okay, and then we're running into more of these. Okay. And I may not have to use these. I always tend to go a little bit further than I may have to, just in case. It's easier than having to do that later on when you're already almost done building something. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do this here as well. But put you there, there. Okay, just to get our floor in. Now the floor is really only gonna be about three of these because, and normally it would only be a couple, but because we're doing the offset, I have to actually use the full length of this. Go ahead and lock that. Oh, let me do this first. It's easier to place these in when I can actually see where they go. Yeah, I might actually have to use these. But we'll see when we get there. Get this bottom floor done first. I always find it just easier to go ahead and put in everything on the bottom floor, get all my cables run and everything like that prior. Oh, come on. Get you in there. Oh, it's because I put that there. Prior to actually putting the second floor on. Just ease of access. Okay. So the second floor will take up all this. The first floor should just take up this part here. And because there's no support on these beams is why I have to put in the supports. Although I'm not running the bottom floor back here, so I guess I really didn't need to put these ones in. Cool. Alright, so let's get our smelters in place. So again, the way I'm going to do that, I put the output facing on the edge. So we got the one there, one there. And that's why I have to do the 4, because it fits right in this spot here between the floor structures there. And that gives me 2, 4, 6, 8. Cool, cool. And then we take a good old cross rail and put it on the edge, so all the smelters outputs are coming straight here to this edge. Okay. There we go. And I can do everything very symmetrically and very clean is pretty much what I go for on most of my builds. The only other thing, and I am going to have to go a little bit further back here, unfortunately. I have to be able to run the inputs out from the back. So I'll just add this here. Alright, now I need to want the stuff coming this way. I can have both the inputs and the outputs coming in the same direction. Alright, so that means everything is going to be coming this way. That'll be facing down. It's going to come to take a turn there. Same thing with you, and I think you need to come this way. And now we're about to use a whole bunch of square rails. Or cross connectors. Okay, so if I use these, I can actually center. No, it still doesn't center. They're just, it's badly placed because you can see even though it's centered, like it's not. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Okay, so we'll put you here, you there. How many do I have coming in? I could run them all on one rail. Okay. Makes things easier. Okay, can I run this all the way? Fewer turns if I do this. So let's see if we can't run this over to here. At the same height. We have to come down one. Okay. You go there. Bring you down to keep the level. Oh, you're not the same level as the one over there. Yeah, let's replace you. Holy cow, you're in the ground too. And then this just kind of lets me keep the nice right angles going all the way through this. Okay. I do need this to go here, because that's the path I want it to take. Which means we'll then have to put you there. Now I can run you over to here. Up. Make sure we're up here, lock it in. Place you guys here. And now we can run our rails. And the cool part about this is it's neat, efficient, but it also gives me my 90 degrees, which are close to with these things, but which makes me happy. Once it gets away from the outputs of these things and it runs, it's very clean. Okay, it comes over to here. Okay. Goes there, you come in here. Underneath there. You go into there. There.
The Raptura is in its
Oh
steady
no.
stage.
Okay.
The
Well, it's
climate
easy
in
enough. We'll
Arcadia
just throw.
is returning to normal.
Actually, it's a single one. I'll put it somewhere in the middle here. Nope. We'll connect you there. Okay. If I drop you there, what do I need to do to get you about the same height? One more down. There we go. Then I can put you here. And then we can run all of these in nice and pretty straight lines. And then once I do this, all we got to do now is just run over here real fast and program these all to produce Wolfram and send it up. And then we'll put our factories up top. I'll put them into storage and we'll be ready to move on to our titanium. Alright. Let's go get these programmed real quick. Then I can put the top on and we can get going on the next level. The first time I was doing this, it was a lot of trial and error. Especially when you get to the top and if you're trying to run stuff through the floor and stuff like that. But after doing it a few times, it kind of just starts to get not easy, but routine. You just kind of you get in, are used to the muscle memory, I guess, whatever you want to call it. So we'll see how far this thing has to go. I still am not completely sure how. Gotcha. I was wondering what was going on. Are you by yourself, or did you bring friends? You brought friends. Okay, who else you got? I saw somebody jump. I thought I saw somebody jump. Nope, still can't fly, so it's definitely not done. Let's pop up here and take a peek. I hear. What are you? I hear you guys, I just can't see you. Like he got stuck. Oh, there we go. It's almost like he got stuck somewhere. Oh, jeez. That caught me off guard. Alright, now can I fly? Yep, alright, good. Come back over here. Finish putting up our second floor. I should actually... Let's go ahead and get our stairway up going. Save us the hassle later. Cool. Now let's finish this. And again, I don't know if I may have to go a little further down the back. We'll see. Depends if I choose to offset. Well, because of the size of this, I probably am going to have to offset. But luckily, I think everything is a one-to-one as far as what the different rails are going to be producing. Okay. Grab our output and bring it straight up. Pull up my little cheat sheet. Make sure I got the right numbers of what we're building. Alright, 3 fabricators for Wolf. Oh, there. Okay. Oh, because of those. Alright, let's start off with the 2 for the plates because they're a 1-for-1. And then we'll do the wire. Okay. So either way, it's going to be... so 5 and 3. I think I want to start from the right with the furnaces. So, well, normally I would love to be able to line these up dead on with the the different things. It's a 2-1-2-1, so it doesn't fully match up. Alright, and I still need to fit in 2, 3. Okay, I definitely have some more room. So I have 3 blocks over there. 4 if we count that. So let's move everything over a couple blocks. I think that'll give us a little, and maybe even leave a gap between the furnaces and the fabricators. So I think we're going to move the furnaces over 1, and then we'll leave a slight gap between them once we're done. I think that'll look good. For bigger builds, I'll actually get into Excel and map everything out, but for stuff like this, it's, yeah, we can make things work no matter what. Okay, I usually like to give a couple blocks for that first one to give me the ability to move around. And I always give at least one block from the outputs as well. Okay, so there's those. We need 5, so I think I almost would like to... So if I did that, it would be 2... Okay, so we'll give it 1 block space. But yeah, I'd like to start this at the bottom, I think. There we go. And we'll do the extra little block gap so it's not... the output's not too far back. Okay, so the first 2... And we're still going to have to use a bit of this. Okay, so the first 2 go straight in, which makes pretty easy. The next ones are going to be the interesting ones, because they're what? 30 apiece. So this first one can feed 2. And then the next one has got to... they're 90. Okay, I think it goes to there. So this one, nope. We got to put some of the output of that second input from, or for the wire into the powder. So that's a 1 for 1. This, however, is not. So I'm going to have it go from here. Oh, I'm on the wrong side of it. There to here. And the first part of you are going to go up into... Actually, I don't think I need that. Oops. I think I can just run you straight in and then have the other side, because it's right next to that one. Go into here. And I think you guys are all going to kind of piggyback. So you go there. That is perfect. I need you to go into there. Send you up there. Straight back there. And again, because each of these take 90, so I'm pulling at least 90 into each direction over here. So we shouldn't have any issues of not having enough of the bars coming in. Okay. Now I have the 2 of you, which are going to be combining here. I think I want to take these, and for once I'm going to turn them into the 4 block. No, it still lines up better that way. Okay, and then you're going to be here. And you'll be there. Okay, put in some more of these. Okay, output. So you come to there. That's right, you're only 2 of you. Ooh. Nope. That's off. Okay, you go to there. And you go into there. Cool. And then the 3 of you are going to combine into the center one. And same with you 3. And then we can fill up these large storage buffers. And then the outputs of those. Yep, I do need to put in, I think, I want 1 or 2 more. I think 2 more is better, because then I can not ride the edge. You can just go down that middle bar. Cool, so we'll take the 3. There's the first one, second, and third, and it takes us to the edge. Take you to outside. You can go to middle. And you go to the first one. There we go. Got our outputs there. Let me extend this walkway to the edge, and then we're going to run up here and program all these. So you are the plate 1 to 1. You are the wire. Two every 4. Yep. And then finally we got our powder. And now that we have those, we can just pop over here, select what we need for coming from, which will be just the one selection. And by the time we go on to our next thing, we're going to have an entire buffer full. Now all I got to do, attach power next to this, and we are done. What's the easiest way to do this? If I put you, say, next to that, where am I sitting at? Are we level? Can I go down one more? I can. Perfect. There we go. So we can watch all of our wire come in. And then it'll start separating back here for our smelters. That's my favorite part. Start watching it come up and feed into all of our fabrication units, and then eventually coming out the back and filling in our storage. Beautiful. Okay, that one's done. So now we get to move on to our titanium.
Acquired.
This rate probably
That's a snack.
probably going to be doing the other. Oh, I should do this calcium first. Yeah, I feel we're probably going to be having to, or not having, probably starting to work on that central base here tonight. These are going pretty quick. I don't know why I keep, well, because you can never have too much food. That's why. Eventually I can just unlock all the recipes, even whether I use them or not, because I pick up everything. Okay, where do I want to place the calcium factory? Could do it right here with the gap there, so I can have all 3 of these things feeding in over there and coming down. Okay, I like that. I need 5 smelters, so I don't think I'm going to do the offset, and I need 5. Okay, yep, so we're just going to go 5 wide on this one. Alright, let's go over here. Let's get our base set up. Where's my lowest area? Probably there. No, there. Okay. We're doing 5, I believe, so just want to make sure I'm tall enough then that I won't have anything poking through. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. We'll do this, and now because we're not offsetting, it's only going to be 3 wide on these edges. 2, 3, 4, 5. And then, did I get the right on the first one, or did I go too far? I did go too far. I thought I was. And then the blank on the back is still going to be 4. And that's because I don't have to offset. So all of my smelters will be right on the edge. And because our ground floor is supported platforms, I don't have to worry once again about any support items in between, which always makes things easier. And I also am not going to have to go as far back on the beginning area here, because I'm only going one deep on the fabrication as well. So I'm not going to have to offset up there either. Everything's going to be very clean, lined up directly in front of it. I won't have to do any weird cross supports on this one. Everything's just going to go straight in. And I don't think I'm going to need that back row. I'm going to leave the basis of it there just in case. But again, I don't think I'm going to need it. Okay, let's copy. Oh. There we go. Copy you. Let's just go 2 this time. I don't think I need the rest of it. I think that's probably going to be good enough. So I should only have to do one cable, because it's what, 240, 300? Yeah, 300. Yeah, easy day. Okay, let's go ahead and get our smelters in first. Again, we always put up. I'm in the way. We always put the output facing the edge here. Wait. Oh. Oh. I'd forgotten about that one, so I was concerned about trying to be able to cover. No, let's give you your own. Eventually, I might need to place more. Oh yeah, I don't think you would have made it anyway. I'm gonna need to basically put more power down. It's eventually, so it's better for me to have a lot of these that are not connected too much. Okay, now we can go back and try this again. Perfect. 4 and 5. Okay, let's get our, nope, not refineries. Let's get our ore excavators. So you're definitely going this way. You're going that way. You're going that way. Okay, can I get the output of these two to combine for a single? I can. Let's actually bring it up a little bit. Oh. Okay. That wasn't what I was trying to do. Okay, into there. Okay, and then I need to make a turn here. Trying to keep it level. I like when these things, when I run them and it's not going up and down like all over the place. Try to keep the I think you're still going up higher. There we go. And then for this one, we're probably going to have to go up higher, which is fine. But that's because there's a hill, so it makes sense that we're going up. Actually, that's where we want to take this. So let's get like that. Gets us up here, and then we just drop in the inputs. Okay, let's come back up to here. Let's finish running the ore. Yeah, I think this looks better anyway. Cool. All of our ore lines are nice and straight. Take you up to here. Perfect. It is very nice having tier 3 rails from the start. gives you so much easier. Like initially when you're running this with this many, I would have had to do 2 lines, so it'd be like a lower line, and some of them have to do 3 lines, so it's like 3 different heights of these kind of coming down, feeding into the different smelters. So it's nice not having to do that. Very nice to just be able to run it straight. All right, let's go over here again. Need to get access up there. So I think what I'd like to do here, it's a little bit higher of a floor here than the normal ones. So we'll kind of come up to this point and then make a turn over to that second floor. Okay, now let's go ahead. Let's put in that second floor. Get that running across. I think I'm only going to go back to this area here because I don't think I'm going to need that 4th row back there. I think we should be able to, and even if we can't fully do it, I think it's just going to be like 1 or 2 blocks off the back. It's not going to require an entire second row or extra row. Okay, same thing as before, except for now everything gets to line up dead center. Bring everything up. Okay, and then I need 4 fabricators, 1 furnace. Oh, I need to go back and get some more building blocks. I didn't realize I was running out. I got a little setup back at the initial base where they're just feeding them into me, keeping them in a large storage. You can head back over there, drop a bunch of this food off too. How am I actually doing on food? Yeah, I should probably make some more of these. I'm almost out of these anyway. I don't think I had any left over there, but I've been picking them. I do still love that first build here. I hope at some point they give us some more variations and versions of block and walls and some things like that, so you can actually get creative and, you know, make buildings that are, you know, that look good as opposed to just being functional. You know, even then the only thing I could really do is simulate putting different kind of like ceiling roof types of things in here, running the wool from over there, titanium over there, and then having it all reconnect at the backside. Let's go grab all those building blocks, and then we can let it fill up again.
I think I can use this.
First thing, once we get done with all these and I start to build the platform for our intermediate base here from everything feeding into it, is to put a whole bunch more storages for them to feed into. I love buffers, and the more buffers I can get in between, the more stuff that we can build, even if we go somewhat into the negatives. Actually, where's the food thing? Let's just make some of the Cheetos. Alright, there we go. I think I have a bunch of stuff for water as well, additional. Alright, dump all this stuff in there. Okay, cool. Oh, and you. I still don't understand why you can't combine stuff in a storage. Okay, dump a couple more of these up here. Oh yeah, let's grab a couple more of these. Nice to have those. And I got some helium to dump. Okay. Now we'll head back. This calcium one's going to be very quick. Actually, all these feeder bases are pretty quick as long as I can find a good flat-ish space to put them down in. Just realized I didn't have as much of these as I thought I did, so get back to picking them up. Yeah, as long as I can find a decent sized flat area, they're just really easy to lay down, especially once you just look at the numbers, you know, depending on the volume of smelters you need. It's either straight across or it's offset, as well as if you have a ton of fabrication going on. Even this middle base we have over there is not going to need to be quite as large because it's not going to be making any of the basic stuff. Doesn't have to make rods and things like that. I think I might actually make a couple of housings over there just because I have extra beams and sheets. And I'm trying to use as much as I can before I send things out to the next level. Okay. Oh, almost done. And I don't know how long I need to wait for caves like over here to reset. But I'm giving it some time. I definitely wouldn't mind getting some more of the crystals. And I know when I get over to the other areas, there'll be newer ones to explore, so would be nice to get a few more. Alright, before we start putting in stuff up there, I probably should come up here and get these programmed. Again, so once we hook up power here, it'll immediately start running and buffering for us. And then we'll run all three of these things, actually 4. It's gonna be a lot of stuff we're running to that intermediate base we're about to put down. Okay, let's start with the fabricators. And I think I'm gonna give them a 2-block gap so that when I put the 1-block gap for the furnace, it will match up. It was 4 and 5, right? Yep. And for these, can just line them up with that. Set this one's up. This one's going to be real easy to hook up. I just got to run program everything, and this one will be done. I moved before I actually clicked to the mouse button to put it in place. Okay, and then for the output, I think we're going to put them right up on them, so it gives us a little space there. Okay, your output goes into here. Daisy chain you guys down. And then I can get rid of that. Yeah, I didn't think I was going to need that extra space. The only time you really do is when you're making malt, so like the titanium, when I'm actually feeding the regular beams and sheets in to make housing, I end up needing a bit more space. Or if I just have so much stuff that I'm kind of doing the offset. Okay, and then yep, same thing as usual. We'll throw another couple out this way so we can run the outputs of the 2 together. I use the 3 again just because I like to do that. And now it's sitting over there ready to be run. So if we're going to run them all together, it's going to be a pain. But at least we only have to do it one time. I don't have to keep coming back. Okay, your wool from our calcium powder. And sheets. But yeah, each one of these feeders, again, it only uses its own, what it's mining and smelting to produce what it can, and forwards that on, which allows me to make these just nice little compact, and then out comes 2 lines, you know, and everything's smooth, everything's got clean, crisp angles, satisfies all those things that need to be satisfied in my brain. And then we'll connect them all and run them. Ooh, that just leaves us with the titanium. Cow. We're making actually better progress today than yesterday, I'll be honest. So we're actually moving along pretty quick. Sort of excited to get that first base over there. We might actually get that done tonight, and then it's going to be routing all those things up and over the mountain, and then they'll be sitting there waiting for all the stuff from that area to be crafted, and then meet once again in another new area. It's still a little bit of the snowball, but the previous snowball attempt I did, I was using a lot of dispatchers and receivers, and I think that caused some major issues lag-wise. Plus, when I got to where I was trying to send something, I was paging through like 30, 40, 50 different receivers trying to find the one I needed to send stuff. So I'm cool with just sending everything by rails, especially for the 5 rails, utilizing the fixed 5 rails, so I don't have to worry about things going wonky on me. Alright, actually, let's figure out where we want to put our core. I need to first off make sure I get everything caught here, and that everything is also caught where the factory's going to go. Okay, I can go a little bit further this way. Yeah, it gets it nicely in the corner, completely covers this area where we're going to build our base. Are you settled in pretty good, or are you floating? That's about as good as I can do. And that habitat's a little further away than I was thinking it was going to be. Alright, where do I want to put it? Probably just down here in this little corner where I'm not going to be running the base. Sure, put it there. Give ourselves an airlock. I have a feeling we might get a rupture while building this. Okay, and again, this one was 1 pure, 2 pures, and what, 3 normals? Is that what I'm looking at? 2 pures and 3 normals, yeah. I need 14 smelters. Oh, good God. And I need 26 fabricators. Yeah, we're definitely going to be... wow. Yeah, we're going to have to be offsetting. Absolutely. Still going as wide as we can. Jeez. I remember this one. I didn't use this one till probably a bit later into the playthrough on my previous stream. Yeah, and I forwarded by dispatcher over there, so yeah, this is gonna make a quite the impact over here. All right, where is my lowest area? Okay, so far everything. Holy cow! Okay. And then I can go up to what distance before I start running into... Yeah, I can do this here. Probably want to make this edge where all of our stuff's going to come out of, so that's good. So again, we have to leave a 4-block gap when we're doing the offsets. That way I can put one on the side here, and then again the other one back between support pillars. So if I needed, was it 14? Yeah. So that means I need 7 of these gaps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So even offsetting, that's how wide this has to be. Just crazy. Same thing for here. And again, we're lucky our ground floor is going to be the supported pillars, so I don't have to put any other additional support between the build we're going to be doing back there. Pretty sure I'll have to do it there. Oh. Okay, well that's unfortunate. And does that line up? It does. Okay, gotcha. So we'll have to do one support here. Make sure you're the right height. Somehow that one slipped through. Okay, no, I don't want you there. So what I don't want to do is you don't want to put like a pillar or something like that that's down the center line of where you're running all your cables or your rails and stuff, because if you have to place one on top or something, it just causes problems. So I always try to plan to not do that. Oops, I gotta go one more. And we're gonna have to go quite a ways backwards on this one, I can already tell. These is where we can. What? Am I under attack? Yep. They're trying to muck up the... Alright, I gotta get a ramp or something to get up there. Where are you at there? Let's see. Oh, I don't have power yet. Is it just the one? Yep, I can fly again. Yeah, I think I need to set up some kind of better access to this thing. Wish I could run these. Oh, that's too steep. Run them through rocks or things like you can in Satisfactory. Like there was a little more forgiveness in clipping. Okay, it will let me do that. But I think I need to come up from like here somewhere. Let's see. I'm just kind of eyeballing it. Nope, I need to go up. Or I need to bring this further back. Oh, further back, further forward. Let's see if it actually can reach. If I can do a ladder without having to have a gap in between. So I'm still off by 1.
Rupture activity detected. I recommend
okay, well there went my flight again now anyway. Okay, for you, I'm just going to have you run straight down both directions. And then hopefully I can make these connect now. There we go. Path up to there if we need it. And let's add a little extra around here just so I don't fall off the edge. What the heck? Alright, cool. Alright, throw a couple windows. Trying to decide if I want to make my actual central base in here. I think I do. Right now it's at that, it's right at that first starter area where I have all my things, and I think I want to move it to where I'm going to be putting that central base, and then set up the teleporter there as well. So if I'm running into issues with inputs, I can just pop over there, take a peek, and see what's going on. Plus, it's central to all these, so it makes more sense than having to go from there all the way out to the different areas. Alright, what do I have in my inventory? Oh. Drop these. All the stuff you always get when you take out a meteor to get the heart.
Head to safety immediately.
Okay. Done with this rupture here. Yeah, making really good progress here. I am going to have multiple lines because 240 and 240 is 480, so just the pures by themselves is a line, and then the normals are a line, which is going to be 360. So 6 fed from one, 8 fed from the other. Got it. I'll need those numbers when I'm setting up the different rails for inputs to the smelters coming in. I know this accomplishes nothing, but I get bored waiting for the temperature to come down enough for me to run out there. So at least I'm doing something. At least that's how I look at it. Gotta be getting close. Think it's changing. Yep, there we go.
Planetary temperature.
Let's get out
within
here.
acceptable parameters.
Okay, let's head pop back up. Oh, we were still placing these down. That's right. Okay, unlock you. I was placing these when I got slammed down because of the bugs, and then I came back, and then the rupture happened. We're gonna have to go back. This is gonna be a large platform. I can already tell. Okay, so this whole area back here needs that level, which means I will need some supports like I did there, but I'm gonna need them also oh wow. And I think I'm probably going to need them back here as well, so I'm going to have to put these down here as well for supports. Wait, I don't think you're even. You are not. There we go. Okay. So I can tell the difference between the support pillars. I will put a block on top. Okay, and now the rest of these are going to be... We can start putting up the... Even though I don't think we're done, or are we? I'm not making any housings, I don't think. So no, I don't think I need to go super far back, just enough to do the offsets. So I think that's probably far enough. I think I may end up having to use it far as the running the outputs and the buffer storage. But we'll see. If I do, I'll just add in the extra pillars and run it back. It's just easier to add, you know, something like this than to have to tear it all down afterwards. Looks like I already ran them anyway. Got a bit to delete as well. But get them all built first and then we'll go and delete afterwards. Okay. This one, there's another one I messed up. Nope, guess not. Yeah, it's a much bigger area. And then, of course, in these spots here where I had to put the supports, I'm also not going to be able to go through them because they're not considered a block. They're just a pillar, and you can't go through a pillar. Now these ones are. Because they're the support pillar with the pillars on top. Okay, and because we are doing the double, I do have to go this far. And then I need to also go a little bit out the back because I'm going to have 2 sets of inputs coming in for the smelters, just because the numbers we have are too high. Interesting. Not sure why you didn't want to let me do that all at once. Okay, let's get the front done. It's always harder to do this one because I have to a lot of little things that I have to do. Then I'm gonna have to go out a little bit over here, so I think I'm gonna go 3. I think that seems like a good number. Because the actual smelter is going to be in there, so it just gives me a little bit of extra space. I need 2 rows to run, but if I have another gap block afterwards, I think it looks better. Okay, let's get our smelters in. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. And again, there needs to be 14, 11, 12, 13, and 14. Perfect. Yeah, let's get the cross at the end here for all of these. Okay, and then we'll run rails from yeah, you're the outputs. Okay. Oh, if you're ever having like sometimes when you try to connect a wire from something and it just doesn't want to let it, you may just have to roll the middle mouse button up. For some reason, it thinks it's connecting to something below that doesn't exist. So you can either reselect the rail you're trying to run, or just mouse scroll up, and it'll come up to the right spot. Okay, so everything's gonna be coming from that side. Again, 6 and 8 are my inputs. So I think I would rather do... let's do the 8 at the end. And I don't have to drop them to a different height because they're coming in on different blocks. And I'm going to leave this... I'm We'll leave that by itself for now. We'll see how that comes in once we place all of our excavators and then run the cable up to here where it kind of comes in. Okay. 3, 4, 4. I need to come down a little bit. Get a little bit lower in here. Nope, here. 2, 4. There we go. And our last one here on this first row, which is going to be the 3 normal nodes. And then you come down here to connect there. And then we run the second line, which is the 2 pure nodes. And I still need to go in and program all of the smelters for titanium. That's not what I was trying to do. And then technically at that point, we can put in the second floor. And we'll see how much extra space I need. And it's going to be 2 rows offset. But it's just the 2 rows. I don't have to do anything else afterwards. So 2 rows offset plus 3. I am doing all 3, right? 3 outputs. Yep. So 420, 240, 180. Yep, everything can travel on a single why are we struggling here? I was gonna say each product can travel on a single rail, but holy cow, you are not liking this at all. Small chunks. And this is one of the problems of the offset, to having the four wide gap on both the length and the width, because it considers it not super stable. Just keep running as far as we can. It's still better than, there's some areas where it won't let you place anything unless you place it one at a time. Those spots are annoying. Still need to run our ladder way up. Yeah, I'm feeling I am going to need to go all the way to this back area. Possibly more? I don't know. We'll see. Okay. And what do we have as far as that? We've got fabricator, so it's all fabricators, so 29. Jeez. I may have to go a little bit wider on this. Holy cow. Okay, so this time, actually, let's get these lines up here first. And the part that's going to be the more interesting part is 20 per, 30 per, so this is going to be very interesting how we run all this. The only thing that's going to be matching up perfectly with one of these outputs are going to be the sheets at the end. Let's get our outputs up top. So I might give myself a 3 block gap up here for these. Because I may need to do a little bit more routing to make this all line up the way I need it to. Okay, bring all these up. If I make this wider, I almost wish I had this in graph right now to kind of see, because I need way more things than I did smelters. guess is I might actually have to go wider. Let's see, so that would be 1. I have to leave that 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That gives me 18, and that leaves me short 13. No, 11. So that's like 5 more. Holy cow. Okay. Yeah. It's gonna be interesting. These up here, and I'm probably gonna have to do some more on the other side, but I can go a little bit over the edge here. Wow. And I didn't have to, well, no, I did. I'm not sure how I did this on the last one. You know, it might have been less. I don't think I made very many rods, so it was just like the sheets and the plates, or the beams. And the beams again are kind of problematic themselves, but without the 14 fabricators for rods, that would probably make a difference. Alright, let's just start off over here. And again, this is why we're going to start this one out with a 3 block from here. Okay, so let's say we start off over the edge. Oh, come on. See, this is the problem we're having. This is what I was worried about. And if I do anything that updates nearby, yep, just completely deletes it. Okay, so please tell me that's not going to happen over there too. Not a fan. And what that might mean is I'm going to have to go through all these ones. Now, on the plus side, because I ran everything along the outsides, this isn't going to impact any of the already run stuff down here. But this is the danger of going 4 wide, 4 deep. If you end up putting something in a specific position, it has the capability of completely messing things up. Okay, so let's do that with the ones that need to be. Guess so. Okay. Doing this preemptively will at least allow us to move on this. I don't know if I'm going to have to do this further back somewhere or not, but I'm not going to do it unless I actually have to. Still not happy having to do it. Let's come back over here. Let's try this again. Oh, did I not run over here? And this may not actually help at all. Because it's still underneath. Let's find out. think it's because I went... Okay, you do work for whatever reason. Okay. 3, 4. Dang it. Wrong spot. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 18, holy cow, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and I needed 29. I still need 5 more. Okay. Lock you in place. I need to, but I'd rather. Go. Okay. You're probably the normal one. Okay. I think I can put one more on the other side. So if I can do 4 more here. And by that I mean I can add 2 more blocks off the sides of these. The interesting part of all of this is this probably may make this easier for me to route because of the number of the beams. So I got 1, 2, 3. Okay, I do have to do another one of these. Yep, there we go. Where was it? Oh, there we go. How far can I go? Come on. Oh, good grief. Can I fit one more over here? It's going to hang off the edge a little bit. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 27. And I needed how many? 29. I need 2 more. So I think I have to go over this edge one last time. Yeah, this thing is monstrous compared to what I thought. But the cool part about these is these are all fire and forget bases. So once I'm done, I never have to come back. So despite the fact of its ridiculous size. I don't have to look at it after we're done with it. Okay. I really don't get why. Sometimes you just have to move it just a single block for it to work. Okay, that's 29 as soon as it lets me place it in, and I was right on the edge of the core block. And with that's so silly. This is one time where it probably wouldn't have been a bad idea to run the output in the middle and go two different directions. Alright. Despite the ridiculousness of this. Alright, so 14 are rods, which means 7 inputs. 7 times 6 is 42, which I can run in a single line. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right? Because, no, I need 420 coming in. I mean, we look at that. 60, 120, 180. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I gotta need 420. Yeah, it's 7. Okay, so let's first off get these all connected. That's gonna be the first big part of this, is to daisy chain this. I'm almost wondering if it would maybe be smarter to run all of the... Well, I can run the beams over that way too and leave the center for the sheets. Alright, I needed 14 rods. So this is the first one here. Yeah, that's the problem. I hate the fact. Okay, well, let's put these all down, see if we have any issues. So sometimes, and I hate it, but if, say you put one of these down over an actual support pillar, it'll delete the item, and if anything else was being supported by the block that was on top of that support pillar, it'll also disappear without refunding you anything. Okay, 3, 4. Alright, I need, at this point, let's make a change here. Alright, you guys are going in the right direction. You guys need to come back the other direction. Okay. Okay. So I need to get you all meeting at a central point in which we can go out and then feed into all the fabricators. Yeah, I think this is the spot here. Makes the cleanest connection. And over there. Yeah, that's the only part about... If I could... And maybe I could. I haven't really thought about it. Maybe I need to look at a design for a triple offset. Probably have to leave 2 or so. It would be interesting how I would have to do that. That would be something interesting for me to try, is to see if I could make a way to feed into a 3 deep like this. So for a build like this that has so many fabricators, it wouldn't be this monstrous platform. Which again, most of it's taken up. There's definitely enough that it's bigger than I would like it to be. I suppose I it probably wouldn't have been a bad idea to put a spacer in the middle. Kind of cut it down. Yeah, a little late for that. Probably would have made it extra wide too. Okay, so I've got the 14. Now, over here, I need 12 beams for 240. So I need basically 4 of these feeding in. Okay, so starting to here. 6, 8, 10, 12, right? 12? Yep. Okay, so let's get these set up first so I know exactly where I want that center beam to be. Oops. Nope, you're in the wrong spot. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I did it again. 10, 11, 12. So we're going to do very similar to what we did with the rods. 2, 4, 6. That's the only one that gives us a straight connection into one of the feeders. So that's where we're going to send everything. And then plus we'll get a nice little division of everything coming in. This way first. There'll be a lot of output coming from this one, but I still think it's only going to be 3 lines. So I don't think anything's going to go over for the 480 mark. Yeah, this one did get a little ridiculous. On the plus side, we're sending a decent chunk of rods for once, which we will need a ton of because I have set up for the factory we're going to be building a ton of rods. I mean tubes. So we need lots of rods for tubes. And I think I'm making a bunch of rotors too. But I think we're still... I think I used up all the rods. That's the crazy part. As many as I'm making here, I actually use them all up in the... Or I'm going to be using them all up in the factory we're about to build. You're backwards. So are you. That was... Oh, this is the ones I put out at the end. So sometimes that happens. You guys. Okay, and then that leaves me 5, 6, 6, 7. I think I only made 14 smelters. I need 2 more. 2, 4, 6, 8, 12, 14, 16. Nope. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. I did not. I did actually. Okay. I think we'll do it over here. So we'll have to make one adjustment to leave. So these 2. Actually, this isn't going to make hardly a dent. I don't have to make any major adjustments. I should only have 3, so it should be 14, 12, and 3. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Okay, that was where the missing one went. And that leaves 3 in the middle for these 3 singles. Perfect. Now I just need to come over here, add in a little extra floor. Put in 2 smelters. Okay, put you over here. Connect you. Up. Up. And just feed you over there. And you still do what you need to do. But now, you can run you here. You're in the right spot. You're in the right spot. Okay, jeez. Yep, and I am going to need a little bit more room, I think, on the back side for... Let's see. Yep. Go 2 deeper. I just need to look at my numbers again, make sure, but I don't think any of them go over 480. I think the rods come closest at 420. As much as I would like to have all of these meet up at the end, I don't think I have a choice. So 12. Okay, I think we'll line you up here. It's got to center on something. Okay, and those were the 3 that matched there, so we'll line you up here. And line you up there. Oop, nope. I'm gonna have to place a bunch of those blocks, but what I actually need here is these. Okay, and let's place a bunch of these down. But, oh, come on. Now, will you let me? Or are you gonna be a hassle everywhere? As long as it's not making things disappear. Oh, another one. Oh, put you in the wrong spot. Oh, yeah. Well, most of this is done. Just a few spots where I'm really just bigger than it needed to be, I think. Oh, as much if I didn't try to make as many rods, but I know how many rods I needed, so it needed to be done. So far, oh yeah, it's gonna need to be done there too. There's a lot of areas where it wasn't requiring it, like there. I'm gonna have to look what the reason why in those. It might have to do with the actual storage unit itself. That might be what's causing the problem. Because it only happens when I get close to that. I think it's sitting on a support, and that's what's causing it not to want to let them place. It's only a couple, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Okay, so these two here, so I think I need to put something down here. Yeah, I think if I just take this to the left a bit, see if that fixes it. How you doing, Jesus? You having a good night? Please work. Okay, well, one of them worked. Alright, we'll do the same thing again. It's like the last of the feeder bases I got to do in this area, then I can actually start working on the running everything. Good. Got the... Oh, nice, nice. Very good. Wait, what? That still didn't fix you. Why not? Alright, fine. Let's try to move this one forward. I'm trying not to interrupt because I'm gonna have rails for the inputs from the ore extractors coming this way, so I'm trying to avoid possibly getting in the way of that. There we go. That fixed it. And then the only other two were here, the same thing, right? Let's see. Let's try putting it right here. Seems to be in the middle of the two. Okay, that one works. That one works. Okay, that fixed that. And then was there just the one left over here, or is that it? Dear God. Alright. That's it. Like, that's it, actually. Oh my God. So much stuff is going to be coming out of this place. Connected it to the wrong post. Yeah, after this, I've got to basically take all the outputs from all the ones I've done here. Actually, before I do that, I should probably get the platform down. That way I know where to actually take stuff. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea. Actually, you know what I should do? Let's go get the ones that I know are separate. I'd rather... That way I don't accidentally connect it to something that's a different... Darn it. At least you didn't destroy anything. There we go. So now they're separated. Still can't believe how many fabricators. But it's, I mean, it's like 2 perfect nodes, 2 normal nodes, or 3 normal nodes. Like, it's a lot. And the 2 perfect nodes by themselves were 480 ore. That was an entire tier 3 rail just for 2 nodes. Yeah, I probably would have tried to connect that otherwise. Okay, you connect into here. Oh no. It felt like it was going to take forever to do this, but I guess it's not as bad. And like I said, the last time I think I ended up making not as many rods. I think the rods are what really got me. There was like 16 fabricators for, or 14 fabricators for rods, some crazy number. And I think I was hurting on sheets, so I think I ended up making more sheets, which is 60 per, so it only takes 1 to 1. I mean, in my defense, though, it still looks good. It's a little silly big, but it still looks good. Okay, now we start coming Oh no, you did that again. And again, I say it right now, thank you for not destroying a bunch of stuff. Get all the rods connected. Oh yeah, this whole thing's been rods the whole time. That was only the middle of them. Okay, there we go. I still need to set up the excavators and bring all the ore in, but now I can at least run this to the edge. Oh, it probably disappeared during something. Okay. I think tomorrow on my off days when I'm going to finally go in and delete the final base area that I hadn't gotten to delete yet, so then it'll just be the stuff we're building now. Okay, you come up to there, and then we take you right to the edge. Still looks nice. Alright, let's come over here. Alright, let's see. If I want to run them down this way. Chip as high as I can, lock you in place. Where does that put me with these? I'm okay with that. So let's actually have all of these ones facing down, except for you. And then can I run you over? No. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to connect you down below. I'm gonna have to run you straight down as well. Okay, so let's get this first. Okay, that combines all of you guys. Down a little lower. Oh no. Yeah, no, that wasn't for the... Oh, that's right. That goes here. Okay, good. For some reason I was thinking it was from the top one. On the outside. Okay, and then you... Okay, we're gonna go high for these guys. Not where I wanted you to go. Okay, you at least the same height there. Looks like it. Alright, let's get rid of you. Wait, I almost got you perfectly lined up. That was close. Oh, I did. What the heck? Fucking fortuitous. Alright. It's all routed. Now we can just walk the 3 down. should be not too far. There we go. Perfect. I don't think I'm going to be able to make the whole path there, so we're going to have to find a center again. Oh, man. That's unfortunate. Didn't pay attention to that part. Okay, so we're going to have to do this, do that. Okay, and then I guess... Okay, yikes. Almost wasn't able to make that. Okay, so I need... Which direction did I just go? Okay, good. So this line needs to be coming off the 3 normals. And I don't believe it is. I think it's the opposite. Okay. What that means is... need to remove the 2 of you. And now I gotta add you to there. Still reach you from here. Okay, good. Alright. We're fine. So we just run this back, and all we gotta do is hit power, and this one is done. Took a little longer than the first couple. Yeah, this one had a bit more to do. Still need to go up to each one and program it. But as far as rails go, we are ready for power. Well, at least I got it in right before it happened. So let's see. Have I done these yet? Okay, we can at least run and let's get this bottom floor done, hopefully before the rupture. 29 of them. I don't know that I'm going to be able to complete them all. Wait. Okay, I was going to say, did I make a habitat here? I did. I think I've been here long enough that this might even be my second rupture here. Okay, we're almost done. Once the rupture's over, we just got to go up to the second floor, and that's the big programming job. I haven't run this up to the second floor. I can probably piggyback off of there to get up there, now that I think about it. So the central is going to have to be able to 21 fabricators and 9 furnaces. I don't think anything is feeding into each other. Wire, rod, sheet. Oh, nope. Rotors. I do need rotors feeding into stabilizers. And tubes feeding into inductors. Okay. That's going to require a little thought.
StarRupture's eruption has started. Prepare for impact.
So it's 5 per 2. So 11 wide on that. I think I want to put the inductors, the 5 inductors, and the 4 stabilizers in back, because they're going to be taking feeds off some of the outputs from these ones. So I think that will be the better way of doing that. I don't like looping back, and so if I put all the fabricators in one line, I would actually have to take output off of one, bring it back and feed in, and I do not like doing that. So yeah, I think I'm going to put the other 2 in the back, and to even it up, $21.9, so I got a total of 30. So I want 15 per row, and if I'm looking at 4, 9, then I technically would need another 6 of something or close to. Rotors can't be in the back, so I guess we'll do stator in the back, and then I need stabilizer and inductor. So those will be the back row, and then everything else goes in the front row. Okay, and that evens it up. It might be a little bit, I think it one fewer in the back row, but close enough. All right, just for access purposes. Okay, everything here is run. So this side, pretty sure this was the beams. Should be 12. Crazy thing. Oop, I'm hungry and thirsty. Crazy thing is this this is just coming off one set of orthodes. Yeah. Oh, I hate those like that. The only way to fix that is going to be to run something else up. 2, 4, 6, 8. 10. That means this next one should just be a straight. Yep. Well, there's our sheets. 3 sheets. And the rest are going to be rods. Right, connected. Yep, okay. Exactly. Perfect. I always have to check these things because it's so easy to be off by 1 or by a row or something like that, especially when you're doing something big like this one. And again, luckily nothing out here has an output higher than 480, so I can still bring everything in on single lines. Cool. And then we just gotta go program the storage. And then I can put power, and this thing's done. Sheets and beams. Okay, I'm probably gonna need two solar panels for this place. Alright, I'm just gonna put you again. Are we the same depth? Yep. 1 and 2. Cool. Let's wait for everything to start coming down. Make sure everything is outputting. Cool. Coming in on their proper rails. Okay, good. We're not getting any jumping. I put in the fix for this, so we shouldn't have any jumping, but the big question will be when we do a save and a reload, if that works. Okay. Waiting for things to light up, start spinning. Uh-oh. Problem. Is this programmed? This is why you check. This is why you check. I love how clean and it looks. I'll say that every time after I do one of these, but it's the truth. I love how clean it looks. Oh, you're just waiting for something to get down here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, now it's finally pulling over there. Doesn't make sense. 4, 8, 12. It should be 14. I had 14. Alright, well, eventually it's going to backstock fill up over there. I put in 2 more of these than I needed to. Alright, but let's get up here. Make sure you guys are all operating. Feeding into our storage. Okay, you are not connected. See? These are why we... No, wait, what? Oh, because you were supposed to go from there to there. See? Small little mistakes, and then you end up losing efficiency. Alright, there we go. Now everything's working. Everything's feeding in. Cool. Alright, so now I need to... Let's get over towards the next one. But now I gotta start routing cables to get them to at least the vicinity of where the we're gonna be setting up this next big base. The hope is that now that I'm running this the fix for the 3 and 5 wide rail, when I get somewhere I should be able to take a single output off one of those and then put it into a storage and be able to have it tell me what it actually is. At least that is the hope. Okay, we'll get ourselves, I think this here's middle-ish. And also, I will tell you right now, so only 2 mods I'm running is the fix for the rails and then the extended range of the drone, because that one, I don't feel like that breaks the game. It just makes it so you can actually work without constantly having to reposition yourself. Oh, I hate that. Okay, now I do wish there was an easier way to tell that everything was on the same height. You can see where everything goes, but you kind of have to eye things to be able to tell if it's the same height. Yeah, I think that looks about right. Okay, now we want to make a turn here. That looks about right. I don't think I have a choice. I'm gonna have to make a couple turns here to get it over to there. So I still have to take this one and that one and run them as well. doing this because I like the look of a level rail line. Okay, now we have to come all the way over to this point. Pretty sure I had, yeah, I got 3 outputs here, but I have 2 there. So I can take this 3 outputs and combine them with those 2. So I think, are you the same height here? No, you are not. That looks right. All right, now I just need to come over here. Because you guys are coming off of there. So I think... I still wonder what's in here. Oh, okay, there's a drone crash. So weird. I've never noticed this was a crater. Oh. It's not what I wanted to do. I wanted that height, but I don't want it to have the base sticking up like that. Okay. I think that would be better. Yep. Okay, make the turn here as well.
StarRupture is in its stable stage. The climate of Arcadia is returning to normal.
I may have to move this over 1. I don't think that it was high enough there to make that turn. That little outcropping. I think I can make it over here, though. Uh-oh, we're getting slimed. I think that's about right. Okay. Alright, let's go up and see who's messing around with our factory here. Are they on the bottom? Nope, they're up top.
Changing max.
I see you coming too. Is it just the 2 of you? Don't see anybody else. They only seem to attack when you're around, so I don't... That's why I haven't really gone to the effort of putting turrets up at all these places, because I don't have to come back once I get everything routed. I know it's kind of lazy, but... just a lot of unnecessary in my mind. Okay, so I need... Did that again. And then we're about to become a 5-rail.
Arcadia 7 has finished regenerating.
Alright, and at this point we switch to a 5. Are you able to drop down from there? Yes. Dang it. Keep getting so focused on the right height that I'm raising the wrong part. Yeah. to here, and then that should give us a pretty good run over to there. And the other one, now that we have this down, it's going to be easier for us to just follow it along. Let's get this actual cabled after we autosave. Like I said, I'll bring that and it'll just follow parallel to this. And then the same thing we get up there when we go past. It's always that first run that's kind of a pain. Although having to do this with these... I don't remember who it was, but someone watching one of my streams was commenting how it would be... Or maybe it was on the Reddit or something. I don't quite remember. But saying it would be cool if there was a way that you could connect one of these that's already like a triple and then just continue moving it along like you'd move a single and it just keeps dropping a spot. Instead of having to individually run each one of these. And I have to agree, that would actually be like a huge quality of life kind of change if they were to do something like that. Especially considering like right now you have to, everything's got to be rails. Because unfortunately the dispatchers and receivers are just lagging. World's just terrible, especially if you use them a lot. And my last world, I used them a lot. And I'm telling you, trying to build towards the end, like everything was like a jitter. Yeah, it was like unplayable. So decided to wipe everything from an older, my first world. And then retry everything, keeping all of the unlocks. Oops. Yeah, keeping all the unlocks and just starting from the beginning with like, you know, tier 3 rails, 3 wide, 5 wide, with the 3 and 5 wide fix. So it actually works as it's supposed to. Larger storage, all those kind of things. And see if I can like from the beginning. So I've basically tapped every single node that's in this starter area without going over the mountains. So I'm going to take all these, turn them into as much as I can, because I haven't got helium or sulfur yet, so it does limit what I can make in this area. And again, without going over a hill. So I'm just trying to build everything that's in this starter zone. And each ore node has its own mini factory that only makes things that are made with that specific ore type. So we won't until we... Too far. So yeah, so until we actually get to a point where we're combining them all, these are all just single type of craft. So titanium's only sending beams, sheets, rods, and housing. And calcium's only sending sheets and powder. Wolfram's only sending sheets, wire, and powder. But all those multiple nodes of each one of those I'm forwarding over here to there, where I'm going to be taking all those inputs and then from there crafting things like the tubes and the rotors and stuff like that. And then all of those are going to get on rails that are going to go over that hill into that second zone area. And that's where I'll start adding in the helium and the sulfur, and then that'll allow us to make like the next level. But I'm also going to be railing in all the stuff I didn't use, so things like the excess rods that I didn't use, or any of the powders or sheets or anything like that. So that'll get added in as well. So it's still kind of a snowball. I'm still sending everything forward. I'm just doing it by rail now. Which again, with as many of these as I'm going to have, I really wish there was a way to just keep connecting without having to redo it all. Okay, so I'm going to keep all of the titanium on one side, and I'm going to drop the calcium on that inside. Okay. Okay, so I got to run one more triple to the edge. That is fine. Yep. Outside, inside. That's the way I typically like to run them. Symmetry. So if there's 4, I leave the middle empty. If there's on a 5 wide. If there's 3, I leave the second and fourth empty. Everything evens out. And doing this is the only way to get 90-degree angles, so you can make running rails actually look okay instead of the spaghetti that you usually end up with. What I hope is at some point they put in some kind of a functionality like Satisfactory ended up doing eventually, because it didn't have it at the beginning, but you had the choice when you were running the belts to do like a spaghetti kind of thing where it could go whenever, or to always snap to a 90-degree. And that would be kind of cool. It would definitely make for easier routing of stuff in the factories like I do, instead of having, well, this one wasn't as bad, but all those cross cables like I do. Please reach. Dang it. Man, how far can I reach? Are you serious? Okay, but it looks like I can put this here. Okay, so we'll put you here, and then we'll make that cut here instead, which means I'm gonna have to make this cut one more over as well, which is fine. It wasn't going this specific route for any reason other than I needed to make the turn at some point. Alright, let's try this again. You should just barely reach now as long as I'm not in the way. I can only imagine being able to make rails this long in Satisfactory. I don't think you can run power this long in Satisfactory. Perfect. And again, everything is for the most part on a level. I think that was one down. Again, because once this is done, I never come back to this section of the map. I'm going to let that one sit, or I'll come back afterwards and fix it. I hate that I feel like I need to fix that. What the heck? All right, how far can you go? Right here. All right, fine. Let's go there. And then I'm gonna have to actually, well, I still need to run that, so we'll do that before I actually move myself. And one of the things I did realize that I really like is the look of multiple 5-wide rails running. For whatever reason, it has like a real, almost like, you know, power line kind of look running through. It'd be cool if you could stack them. That would be even crazier, trying to make all these connections. Okay. So again, I just have to get them all the way over to there, which is where I planned. Now, the original time when I built, I kind of used this area here as my main build. I could take that and then run it up here. I would just need to run 2 things further down this way, as opposed to all of these things all the way down to there. Don't know yet. Let's at least get this Wolfram run over to this point. Okay, so right now you guys are all fed to here. Okay, so let's see, Drop you there. Is that the same height? It is. Okay, I'm going to... At least I don't have to worry about getting the height. I just have to copy what's already there. Okay. Yep, there we go. Flip you around to here. Ooh, no. Was off by one. How did you reset game keeping the unlocks? I went around to each one of my cores and I told it to self-destruct, and it destroyed everything that is within its range. It gives you back all the items in like a chest that it leaves behind, which I pretty much destroyed most of those because I wasn't trying to keep all those extra things. Why do I keep... Oh, I need to go here. There we go. Yeah, so that's the easiest way. Otherwise, you could basically run through deleting all your bases and the bases of all your stuff, and then it would eventually fall. That's right. I need here. Yeah, so you just have to run around your map and basically manually destroy everything. Again, the easiest way is to go to a core, and let's see. I think I'm close to one this way. Yeah, if you go to a core and open it, so you know how like there's like the ability to upgrade it. But if you instead go down to here where there's like this line through it. Oh yeah, no, if you click this and then click that, everything that it shows here goes away. So everything within its range is going to go away. So that's the quickest way to do it. So it's pretty much going to take out this entire base there and then that base there. I think if you go to the mods on I always forget what the name of that mod thing is, but yeah, if you go to the mod thing where you can get all the mods, somebody has a save file that basically starts with all the unlocks already given, and it's a blank world. So I guess that's a way to do it as well. Okay. Yeah, I wish there was just a new game plus or something like that. Yeah, where you could basically keep all of your unlocks and just start over from scratch. That would be kind of cool. But I'm having fun. Like the first time when I reset the world, I just started a whole brand new world. Like whole new save, everything. Started from scratch. I don't know that I could do that again. There's a lot of work getting to this point. Oh, shoot. Oh, okay. Well, apparently you are... There we go. Wasn't sure it was going to let me do that. It'd be nice if unlocks were... Yeah, connected to like your... Yeah, that would be cool. Or just a toggle, you know? Like not automatic, like when you had the choice to do it. Yeah. I don't know if anyone else has like put it, you know, because a lot of the changes I think are coming off of inputs from people on the forums and their Discord and stuff. So I don't know how open they are to suggestions. But like even 7 Days to Die, as long as they fought a lot of things, they finally kind of caved on some stuff, and so the stuff that people want that they don't want, or that is not their vision or so, they're now in the options menu. So you basically can go in and you can kind of pick and choose the different options that you want to play with, which I don't know, in my mind that's how it should have been in the first place. Yes, I did. So I actually have two mods that I'm running. The one is the rail fix and the other is the extended range for the drone. because I don't see that as a game breaking. In my mind, I can't stand having to just constantly stand up and move and stand up and move. It's rough. Especially how, like, if it was maybe half as big as it is extra, you know, I might be fine with it, but it's like I wouldn't even be able to kind of, if I had my body here, I couldn't reach the end. Like, it's so limiting, you know, and I think that's what I hate about games like this, creative sandbox games where you're trying to, like, you know, build these great creations. You know, things that limit you just kind of turn into frustrations, you know, the longer you play something. Yeah, and I looked at things like the structure and stuff, and I was, you know, because I was looking for something that would, you know, maybe let me put, like, say, one pillar. I mean, I wasn't trying to, like, go crazy, but sometimes I'll be, like, one block off, and it would really be nice to not have to tear everything down. But then I realized that it also comes with the loss of the physics, and it's like, yeah, that's abusing. I mean, I get why people would like to do it because it's annoying, but I don't know. The challenge of this is kind of cool. So versus like a Satisfactory where you could pretty much, you know, put one support and run everything off of that, and you know. So I chose not to do that one. And then I saw like all the things with like the expanded, you know, inventory or the larger slots, and I thought about them, but again, I just came down to I still want to try to play as close to vanilla as possible. And I feel like the drone mod, all it really does is meaning you don't have to get out of what you're doing, move your real body 30 blocks and then start all over again. That just, so I was okay with that one. And then this rail fix, yeah, you have to, because there's no way you can build a clean looking world off of just single rails. Yeah. Oh, no, trust me, I played that forever, and that was half the thing you would do. Is like, you know, as soon as you got enough stuff to build, you would just make a giant platform. Now, me and my buddy, we got to the point where we'd played it so many times that we started trying to make factories that all, you know, had, that looked cool. You know, started using like circles and some of the other different things that you could do with clipping and whatnot. And that helped make things, it helped keep the game fresh, I guess you could say. So instead of just building a box, throwing some factories in and moving on, you know, it gave us a little extra to do. And I wish they would give us that, because the closest I did was the first build over there, where I was just kind of messing around, and I don't know, it looks almost like the thing a TIE fighter would fly out of. So that's about as close as I could get. But again, no walls, just using stairs and things. Okay, so all these three are run to here. You're gonna have to be a separate run yourself, because I think that's 4 items. I think we did. Yeah, I got furnaces over there, so I did make titanium housing. Alright, I think I'm gonna keep running this over there. I've already run everything else, so I think we might as well just send the stuff there, and then we'll use that area that I was originally thinking of. But that should get most of the stuff over where I want it. The biggest concern is making sure that I put everything so it's not running from all multiple parts of the build. We were building hexagonal oil rigs, and yeah, that's one of the reasons why I find myself going back to 7 Days to Die so often, is because there really is a lot of freedom to build in that game. You know, there's things in there that can get annoying, but man, oh man, do they really let you build. You know, over the years they just keep adding more and more different, you know, like the trash, the paintings, you know, just a lot of different cool things that they keep adding to the game. So someone that's creative like me just, you know, continually finds ways to create a new horde bases, you know, like kind of trying the tower defense or finding different ways to kill them and stuff. I enjoy that. But this I'm having fun with, and I'm fingers crossed. I'm really wondering what they talk when they say more build options. I hope it's not just that you know, that they're adding in the upgrade stuff. I'm hoping they're actually adding in some new type of blocks and, at the minimum, some kind of wall system. That way you can run everything on an underfloor and then hide it behind a wall and not have to see it. Not have to fly in the sky just to get the clean look. Yeah, that'll be nice. And that's one of the reasons I'm kind of holding off on playing Vane some more right now too, is, you know, the only options currently is putting up like walls or things in windows, you know, to kind of keep the zombies from getting to you. They don't really have the ability to build your own, you know, structures, which is, again, that's part of that whole type of genre that I really just enjoy. And it's probably why I played Minecraft as long as I did, was, again, that ability to create things, you know, and the fact that there's not like you're not forced, you know, it's not a story thing where you're kind of forced to just follow along. You just put in the effort of mining all the different things, and again, over the years, they did a lot too, adding stuff, and then the mod system. I'm a huge fan of mods, especially in games. I think half of the reason why some of the games are still as popular as they are is obviously because they added in mod support. Even games like Fallout. I don't think Fallout would not be nearly as popular still if it weren't for all the mods that they put in for that one. And like people putting in almost like DLC expansions now. The London one was pretty cool. I think they got like a West one now that they're working on. Wait, did I not get you lined up? I did. Okay. I don't know, for some reason it looked like it was off by a block. But I keep hearing the rumors and everybody's talking about that there's going to be some, like there's a remake of New Vegas. Man, I hope so. That would be so awesome. I only ever played it once. Loved it, but I don't know, it just, I struggle, I think, sometimes playing like vintage games, which is odd because I'm okay with the voxelness of Minecraft, but it's still, you know, you put in shaders and stuff and it still looks pretty good. And I guess they do have stuff like that for some of the older games and stuff too. It's funny how even nowadays people tend to purposely make things look old, like that 2D 3D the Octopath Traveler that came out, because as a kid, that was my thing, was RPGs, JRPGs, stuff like that. So it's kind of cool to see. What the heck? Not 3, it's 5. Yeah, stuff like that. So I love that Oblivion remake was amazing. The fact they were able to keep the game exactly the way it was, but just make it look better. That's what I think a remake should be. I'm not a fan of the Final Fantasy remake. I mean, they changed the story, completely changed the story. You know, that moment that everybody remembers, you know, early on in the game, never happened. You know, they're intermingling with different people and stuff, and then, you know, worse off, they took it away from being an actual RPG and just turned it into another friggin' action game. I don't know, it's just kind of kicking the butt for all the people who enjoyed it before. It's like I think the game industry right now is they're always chasing like these new audiences, and they end up alienating the original audience they had, and everything. Like, I watch those, like, the award games, you know, where they do all the announcements and stuff, and it's like 2/3 of every game coming out is an action game. You know, my favorite game last year, Expedition 33. My favorite game the year before, Baldur's Gate 3, you know. And it's funny, 2 years in a row that an RPG, a JRPGs for that matter, you know, win Game of the Year, and you just gotta wonder why it's so hard to get good, you know, for good versions of those games to come out. But I am happy that there's a lot more of those that are coming out these days from Japan, you know, from Japan, Korea, you know, a lot of those kind of game things, because I think they haven't bought into that action type of genre like the you know, Europe and the US has. So you can still get some good games and a lot of good remakes too. So, but luckily you can find these. I can't remember the last time that I got hooked like this on a AAA. Couldn't tell you. Like, seems like all my favorite games anymore these days are indie games. And I don't think it's an accident. I just think that that's kind of where a lot of gamers have gone to, just because of the fact that I don't know, that's the choice that the companies are made. They're chasing one audience and completely losing another one. All sorts of problems with yeah. Rinse, repeat, copy, yeah. Rivals, remasters, and that's the problem too. Is that because of how long it takes to make something anymore, you know, they chase these trends, and by the time they actually have a product out, that trend is over and done with, and then you get these games at launch, and then they're gone within, you know, a month, and millions, hundreds of millions of dollars lost for. And again, it's because, you know, there's this live service chase, which that frustrates me too. It's like, if you want to get people to keep playing a game, make a good game. You know, microtransactions, even the friggin' fun pimps have gotten into that now. They're selling DLC, which I get. You know, that's most of the people who like that game bought it years ago, so I don't know that they're really getting a lot of new players buying it. But man, when there's still major problems, and then they're worried about, you know, selling outfits and taking away an entire system that used to allow you to, you know, make your own look, and they take it away so that if you want to look cool, you got to spend money on their DLC. But that's what modders are for. So the big one coming out is Undead Legacy, hopefully within the next month or two, but completely reworked it. Clothing is back, like the full clothing options, you know, being able to put things like dusters and hats and all these different things, and just all the stuff that was cool back got reprogrammed back in. So that's going to be a lot of fun to play when it comes out. My guess is that's going to be a very popular stream for a long time for a lot of the big streamers. Which means, as much as I want to stream it, I'll probably have to just do videos on that and play something different. Although I did see Vane put out their first actual big content update that they've been working on for like the last 4 months or so. I'll have to look into that a little bit as well. I did enjoy that one. It definitely had a lot of jank. It was, you could tell it was an early release than this game is. I'm still surprised by how polished this game is for an early release that just came out 2 months ago. There are definitely some things that could be improved upon, but for the most part, the look of the game, the way all the factories and everything kind of work together, all that, you don't see it done right out the gate a lot anymore these days. Yeah, this starts to look cool when you got like a big set of this running, and it, you know, it's all the same height and everything's kind of running in. I like that. Looks like a cool bus. Which I wish we could do that in this game. That would be kind of cool. But I don't think anybody's really found a way to keep that bus system working like in Satisfactory. It gets bogged down so bad. I'll take it up a couple just to make it easier to get over that hill there. And I think I'm going to turn them all into 5s, even though 2 of them are only running 3 items, but I think it looks better to have them all the same width as far as the rail itself goes. Technically, I just have to get there and make that turn, and that's it. That's because I've already ran all of these ones to within areas of it. I probably am going to need to run a couple to like another side, because I would like everything coming in from the same area. That way I don't have a bunch of spaghetti running around trying to connect things. Did enjoy, yes, blueprints, yeah. See, and that auto connects. See, that's, like what I'm doing here with like these 5 rails and individually having to connect. Man, that would be cool. To have like that in, like the blueprint system that allows you to, make a chunk of, 3 5x rails side by side, with all the things connected. And run it that way. That would be awesome. I didn't even think about that. Like when I was thinking of, ways like making it so you could just snap, take like these rails and just run it, and it would automatically run all of them to where you dropped it. But yeah, like the blueprint from Satisfactory, that would work too. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go up one more. I think the reason why I don't think about that as much is that came out after I kind of, I guess you could say, took sort of a break from Satisfactory. It was a fun game, but I gotta move. It was a fun game, yeah, but I just kind of burned out on it a little bit. And I ended up going back to other games. So maybe it's worth, because they just did another big update there too, didn't they? So that might be worth a revisit here sometime in the future. I did hear something where they mentioned that they might possibly randomize which ore nodes. Like the ore nodes will still be in the same place, but they might actually randomize which type of material is going to be at each one. That'd be kind of cool. Give you a little bit more flavor when you're trying to decide where to live or how to run things, because you can't just do the same thing that you did the time before. Yeah, that would be cool. I go on, yep. I was about to crisscross. Okay, run you down the middle. I haven't added up all the things. My guess is I'm probably going to need 4 of these 5 rails going up over the mountaintop with all the outputs from this base over here, because it's still going to have stuff left over from most of these. I think the only ones that I'm completely out of is like, I think calcium sheets, titanium rods. There's a few things. It might even be wolfram powder. So there's a few things that I won't be able to run because I'm out of. I say that, and then I keep forgetting the fact that I plan on putting buffers over here, so once that completely fills up, it can still forward its stuff to the next area. So might not be a bad idea to still run those things, because again, that's the difference between this and Satisfactory, where I think the Satisfactory system works better. Is it continues pushing and filling things up over time. So if I put enough things in line and ran them ahead, even when something filled up, it would keep going forward, and I think it would actually offset the need for the number of different items that you need at the end. Honestly, the next big step Satisfactory should work on is world destruction, so you could terraform areas. More of a scent. It would be interesting if they could even find a way to do a procedurally generated world, so you could actually random gen and, and start there. I don't know how much work that... I'm not a programmer. I don't know how much work that would be. I mean, in your brain, it's like, oh, that should be easy. You just need to randomize it. But my guess is they would have to do a lot of recoding of things, and it wouldn't... I don't think you'd be able to... You might even have to have separate versions of the game. Like how a lot of the mods, when you do, you actually have to, have a separate Steam file in a separate folder. no. Then the ones if you want to play the normal game, because it completely changes everything in the folder. That's kind of what I figure would have to happen for that. But it would, and that's the other thing too, though. Taking a game that's from a static world and then trying to turn it into a voxel where you can kind of change things. That's a whole different, and the graphics wouldn't, they couldn't keep the same look. Because for the ability for it to change like that, I would imagine that it would have to turn into more of that voxel look like you get from a 7 Days to Die or a Minecraft or some of those kind of things where you can really destroy it. Okay. Let's see, I want it to go. Ooh. Oh, I hit the wrong button again. Yeah, if I want it to line up with those ones there. Randomization isn't easy because you have to build all that. Yeah. And then make sure it's coded properly so the assets don't spawn in. Yeah. No. I wonder if it would almost be easier just to make a whole brand new game than to try to, you know what I'm saying, try to code that in like that. Because it would be such a monumental effort, I would imagine. All right. Okay, you need to line up with, I think, here. So if I come to here, 'cause I'm pretty sure everything's going to have to make a turn. So you would go here.
Rupture activity detected.
Uh-oh.
I recommend finding a safe place.
Yeah, voxel game. Yeah. I think one of the things that always bugged me, and I, you know, in 7 Days was like you couldn't get flat edges, you know, between one type of material and another. So it's like when you were doing roads and stuff, and you would have having that little. And so a lot of times I would take like a sheet, like, you know, use the wood block, turn it into a sheet, and just place it on the ground, just so it gapped it and didn't make it look so. I don't know. I hated how that little divot look that would run the entire length of the seam. But I don't know, I guess you kind of get used to it over time. And I'm not even sure if I'm like, there was a time when I think everybody was looking forward to them making a sequel for the 7 Days. But based off of what they've been doing recently, I think people have kind of started to lose a little bit of trust in it. I think the thing I'm most looking forward to right now, game-wise, down the road, and I'm waiting to see more of it, but I love the Witcher series, so I'm hoping for a really good Witcher 4. I don't know how I feel about the new Elder Scrolls. We'll see. You know, it depends on how it looks, how it plays. I've tried so many times to play the current version. I forget the one it is. Never been able to get through an hour of it. I don't know, just the controls. It's not the look, it's not the way it's designed. I just the controls. And I imagine if I played it long enough, I would, but it just, I don't know, it feels dated. You know, just the way the controls and stuff are.
Head to safety immediately.
There's the Exodus game that they talked about. I'm waiting to see how that looks. That looks kind of interesting. And I know they're working on the name of the game with Commander Shepard. Interesting to see how that one works out. Those are probably the only AAA games I'm kind of excited about. Far as like the independent games, that Rosewood that everybody's playing the demo for, that looks exciting, but I mean, it's just a demo, which means there's only so far you can play into it. So I want to wait until there's actually like an early access version of it that has a little more to play with.
I need water.
Oop. Gotcha. My mouse just started slowing down, which There we go. And I also never did finish Sons of the Forest. Actually, I played it when it very first came out, when everything was just open and, you know, no story and everything. And now it's completed, so I've been tempted to go back to that one. Because I did enjoy that. I did enjoy that back in the day. The Forest, the original, I really liked.
Planetary temperature within acceptable
Oh no.
parameters.
This is going to be a pain to try to route, isn't it? All the fog. Am I trying to get to... Oh no, it's... See, I went the wrong way. It's over there. Couldn't see. Yeah, and I think that's where I ran the Wolfram to, so that's where I just need to take this to. And then what I got to do is I've got to get this platform set up. I wish I hadn't expected to get to this point tonight. I don't know, for some reason I thought it was going to take longer to do the other stuff. So I didn't actually go through and grid out everything and kind of, you know, figure where all the things want to go. So I'm going to have to kind of freehand it. It's not something I haven't done before, but definitely takes a little bit more effort. Okay, you here, you there. Okay, and then there. I need to drop you down one to keep you level there. Okay, now we should be able to run everything, and we'll... What do I keep... I never hit that button on my mouse, but for some reason I've hit it twice in like the last... Now I'm going super fast too. Too long. How too long? They're all too long. Okay, gotcha. So that means I just need to put a gap in the middle. I'm okay with that. At least they're all going to be like that. Now it's on like a super fast. The problem with my mouse, it's a good mouse, but it's got two different things that affect the speed of my mouse. So there's like one thing that's like, I think it's like the different saves or something of settings, and then there's another one that makes adjustments, and it's like they both work like, I'll click one, doesn't seem like it fixes it, click the other, and then it's like everything's all over the place, and it's like takes me a while to get it to back to where I actually want it to be. And then sometimes it's just because the game has different sensitivities on the mouse. Because now I'm feeling okay. Now I'm back to where this actually feels like what I'm used to. Even though I do have nothing to change it since 5 minutes ago. But I hate when it's slow. Which is also one of the reasons why I hate scopes. Because no matter what game you play, when you start to look down a scope, they slow movement speed down. You know, I'm assuming it's so you can line up the shot and everything. I don't know. It's a jarring change to the way that the game is playing, and it always puts me off. And then I've noticed here, like the little bugs. If you're scoping in with the rifle, you can't move the rifle fast enough to follow them. It's like you stay one step behind them as they get closer and closer to you. I haven't looked in. I bet you there's probably hotkeys that I could do to change it on just by pressing like the button. I think that's what I keep accidentally doing. So if I were to, oh, nope, not there. Yeah, so I could manually adjust the scroll speed or the movement speed once I scope in or something like that. I don't know. It would take a lot of practice and muscle memory. which is ironic because when I played WoW, I had a mouse with like 16 buttons on the side, and yep, I knew what every one of them did, and I would pop them as I was playing. It was nice having all those buttons though. Okay, please tell me none of you are too far. Nope, this is the furthest one, so if this works, they all work. And then just one more to get it to the same edge as this one. And then technically we've crafted every single one of the feeder bases in here, and we've run their outputs all the way to the base of what is going to be our first central factory. Intermediate, central. I don't know. I had so many different names when I was... And mostly it was just so I could name things on my Excel sheets. Made sense to me. But now we got 4 of these lines coming in. Again, I like the look when you have multiples of these running down. And as long as you keep them straight. Even though sometimes you can't, but it'll kind of mask some of it. But when you can make them all straight angles, it looks so good. Feels good too. Yeah, nice little bus line coming down. Alright, let's get you guys up to here, and then we're good routing for now. Oh, no, gotta leave this up here. Alright. The biggest thing, as far as for planning what we're going to do next here, is I still don't know how big it needs to be. Like, it's easier when I'm graphing it out on the Excel, because I've got it made down into, like, you know, little graphing paper, and then I will make all the different machines. And I'll make them each like the size it is, 3x3, 3x4, 4x, you know, all the different sizes, and then I can literally copy and paste them into there, see where they look, and then undo and try it again until I get it set up in a way that gets the most usage out of the space provided, or the most usage while limiting the required space. I guess that would be a better way of putting it. Okay, so you're there. You guys are right there coming in. And then that's the stuff over there coming to here. And then that's from over there coming to here. So technically it looks like everything is here or pretty close to here. So I think this is probably where I want to put all of the storage buffers. So out of curiosity, how many do I need? I need 9. And right now they are 3x3. So if I left a gap between each one, then that would mean, what, 8? So 27, 8, 50, 45. So I need to be 45 wide. Let's see how far we can go. If I go every 5, that'll give me a decent feel for it. And I'm pretty sure it's not all gonna be the same height or allow me to be the same height. I think the one thing that I need to make sure is at its highest, I don't have any of the floor coming through. So if I lock you in place, I can't go that far. This would be about as far as I could really go. And having my floor rail, because I'm going to get to these places where I'm going to have to go down. And as long as I don't have to go down, I don't think the height of 2. You know what? Actually, that would probably be the this is what I have to do. Okay, that's as far down or up as I can go. If I lock this, is there anywhere where this doesn't reach the ground? Okay, so that's the minimum I can do. And this would be the floor. So I need to see if there's anywhere this disappears.
Ruptura status.
Like,
Arcadia status. Stable.
this looks okay. I think we can get up to about this point here. Okay, that's, whoop, nope. Okay, where am I lined up with this? Okay, I think I'm not going to be able to go there, so we're going to have to come back this way a little bit. So if I locked you here, I think I would rather come down to here. Let's say I put you in there, now I come all the way over this way again. I just want to make sure nothing... Okay, yeah. Okay, we're good there at that spot. Now the question is, can I get 45 blocks this way? Switch up to we can guesstimate. Okay, so now you need to come up one block. Wasn't off by much. Correct height. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and I even kept the count going. Alright, so starting from here, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. 10, 15, 20, 25. Oh, yeah, 25 going this way. 30. Yep. 35. 40, 46, and I could actually probably go one more over. Oh, come on. I didn't have you locked. Okay, let's try this again. But this time, let's lock you in the right height. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, okay, that's 46. And how far this way could I get before we lose it? Oh, that's right, I gotta go up one more. That's right. The ground floor is actually up one more. Technically, okay, let's get you up here to that position, lock you. So if I wanted to go one more, it would be along this axis. And right there we lose it. Okay. I don't know how much I need. Last time I did this, I went way more than I actually needed. I think this time I just want to try to get all the wires plugged in and into a buffer. There's some areas I would be able to go under, but I would hesitate to do it. So if you're ever trying to run, like, say, stuff on the ground underneath where you're actually building, be careful, because if I ran something under here, it would prevent me from placing the junctions above, because it would actually impact with the thing below. If it's far enough down, then you're fine. But you got to be careful, because I definitely not messed up, but I made things way more difficult for me than I needed to. Okay. So what I'd like to do... technically, I should... If I do it like this, that'll make it easier for me to run these blocks at this height. The numbering going the same though. Yep, we got it locked, so I could... yeah, I can do it right here. Just a few more spots that don't require support. Okay, let's at least take this out a few blocks. Since I'm going 4 wide, I'm putting in 3x3 items that need to go between. Okay, let's get rid of you. I know how big it needs to be, but I think I would actually prefer if there was 3 blocks in the middle. That way I could actually fit the storage right in between there with that between, and I don't have any of these that are running into a support down the road, which is I always hate. Okay, I like this. This is a good idea, I think. As long as I keep them over there. And then we'll see how many of these 3 blocks we have. Because then we can actually, on stuff that we know we need a lot of, I can have multiple buffers. Alright, at this point we gotta go down to here. Okay, now it's actually perfectly 45. Okay. Because I started counting after 1. But let's see, so right now we have room for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we need 9, so we have room for 2 extra. Alright, let's look over here. What is the most I have of stuff coming in? I have 600 rods and 720 wolfram powder. Okay, so those 2 I think should get 2 buffers because they got a lot coming in. Cool, I like that. Or conversely, who's using the most? Okay, 600 rods coming in, 600 rods being used. So having a buffer there would be nice. And I don't think the things I would like to make more of, but I can't because of what I'm missing. So I'm 7 tubes. Okay, I can make those. So I can only make the things that I have numbers in, but if I wanted to increase them, I do need more wire for inductors. Where else do I need more wire? For rotors and for stators. Okay, I think wolfram wire should be doubled. So that way I have a little bit more to pull from over here. I could actually up those numbers a little bit. And then I think rods, because I need them for rotors, tubes, and stabilizers. So yeah, so we're going to make room for 2 of the rods, 2 of the wolf rope. Now the interesting part is to get everything where it needs to go. Because I have... Wait, why are you not connected? That's weird. I don't think anything broke you. Just too far away. Oh, I'm still way back here. That would explain it. Yeah. So I have titanium, 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 and titanium. Oh, thank God. So I got to get them all into one section. This is where I struggled, I think, in my first version of this, in this starter zone. I ended up having wires go every which way. But I think because everything's coming in along this line and then along this line, if I run them at 2 separate heights, I should be able to peel things off into their areas. But first off, I start getting this platform set up for them to go into and be able to get peeled off. So technically, this is going to go up 2 above it. But I would at least like to get the floor done while we still have these going. We'll start worrying about what's getting built and where they're getting built later. And because the floor is different here, I am going to have to put supports on this one, which is expected for trying to build a platform of this size. So first off, let's... The good thing here is now when I leave a 4 gap here, it's not going to mess things up like it did in the previous build, where I had blocks disappearing when I would place the rails down. Okay, I don't think you're gonna fit here anymore. And I guess you did fit here. Yep, yeah, you did. And where these are, I don't have to do supports. But here I do. This one is going to have the full bottom just like the top. Oh. Hold on. Yeah, I forgot. We got to limit the size of things. So I can still go the same length, but I think we're just going to have one of each now. Because I forgot. I got to leave gaps. Otherwise, we're making a parking lot that is going to lag the crap out of this. So I need to leave a block gap in here. And so I'm going to leave it so like right here, sort of 5, 10, 15, it's like a 16. So I'll leave a gap and then do the same thing and the same thing. So my hope is that now it leaves us with 9 with the spots for 9 buffers, so everything will just have the 1 like it did before. Because each one of these is 3, so if I can do this 2 more times, then we'll be set. 1, 2. That's where I gotta go down. It's actually the first time that we have to take the drop here. I think that's the right height. Nope, gotta come up 1. Did I go up 1 too high? Yep. Okay, that was 1 too high. So we just gotta find the middle. There we go. Alright, good. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3. Space. 1, 2, 3. Oh, gotta do 1 more. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. We're still gonna have room. Looks like for an extra 2. It is what it is. Funny, even changing it, I still ended up with 2 extra storages. Let's get a few more rows of this. This, doing it this way, because I think that when I did it on graft paper the first time, I just made a line down there and, you know, I called it good, and I don't think that works very well. Okay, now I also need to limit it in this lengthwise too. So I think we'll go 3, and then we got to put another one. The rest of those are going to be with it up higher, but we can at least... Should be able to make this section here. This is the corner. Yep, and then another corner. Although this one isn't as wide because it's running up against the cliff. Yep. So this will also help me when I graph this out, because I'll be able to see where it has to kind of come in a little. Well, actually, this is not the full height. I still have to go up 1 more, so we're still good there. So I think I would like to just do 2 lengths of this right now. So it's going to be 2 patterns. Because I think the last time I made it too big. I didn't know how big I needed it, so I ended up making it too big. So we'll at least get this footprint set out with it. A couple of these here. I might have to go 1 more to make them symmetrical squares. So each one of these is going to be a nice little square. You can kind of see it more like this way. I guess it's more of a rectangle than a square. think we're still fine. Okay, now for the rest of the holes that are left, I just need to make it the next level up here of you. Yeah, we got a pretty sizable canvas here to work with. Still not sure exactly how it's going to turn out, but yes, this was supposed to go here. What the heck? Colliding with... Oh, so I already have one down there. Okay. That's why I didn't want to let me put it there the last time either. So hopefully it doesn't interfere with the pillar we're going to want to put there. So I probably aren't going to put up all of the pillars until I figure out exactly how I want to make this. That way I won't feel as bad about having to have too much space there. Like the last time, I just ended up having a ton of unused, unnecessary space. But I've got the foundation for all of these. So if I do need to or choose to use them, I can. Okay. I'm going to at least get them up to the same height, which is the level height for the first floor. And I definitely want to put at least the first part of our first floor over there so I can put in our storage buffers and get them hooked up, because what I'd like for them to be doing is to start producing. Not sure why you didn't want to go into there, but okay. The longer we let these things fill up, because again, they're already a full tier 2 storage back at the feeder factory, and then having another tier 2 storage over here means we're going to basically have 32 stacks of each of these items basically sitting there waiting to get requested. So technically I could go beyond the required or the limited amount of inputs I have if everything were running optimally 100%, which they won't be, because even as I move on, I'm going to finish a factory and there's going to be a bit before it connects to the next one, so that whole time it's going to be slowly buffering and slowly filling up. So that's kind of, I guess, the difference I'm doing this time. The last time I really designed everything just to be as if everything was running completely. I put in I did put in like buffers, but I think I'm utilizing buffers a lot more in this attempt here, and I'm hoping that that's the key that kind of solves the issue. Yeah, this is probably, actually, you know what, it may not be too big. Okay, but I'm going to put in all the pillars on the first 2 sets of posts so I can put in the ground floor here and then install these buffers. But the way I figure is if I do this at every base along the way, to the point when you get to the end, there's like 6, 7, 8 storage buffers of material that you need. Whereas I was looking like I was going to need 20,000 of something. Again, that's if everything's running all at the same time. But as soon as I get something that makes one of the items that it needs, it's going to start buffering as well. So that's my new theory. The original snowball didn't work quite as well as I wanted it to. I have high hopes for this one, though. This height. Nope, I need this. Nope, this height. Because I got to put in the supports. So here. And I love that it's just easy to line everything up with the previous ones already placed. It's also easier as it's a 3x3. So it just goes in the middle. So when I do settle on something, you know, size-wise, then all I got to do is run this whole floor area here and we'll be good. And I still think that's as high as I can go because it disappears into the wall there, so I think we're good here. Height-wise, I think we're fine. It's going to be a big chonker, though. Okay. Same thing. You get these up to the height they need to be for our first floor. And again, if I don't want them, I just got to take out the pillar below, and it all goes bye-bye. The right height. There we go. Oh, you weren't. All right, everywhere I see one, I got to put one up there. All right. Yeah, nowhere's an extra. Okay, good. We did right. You are actually at that height, though, aren't you? No, you're not. Everywhere I see one, I gotta put one. So many pillars. Yeah, I'm glad I remembered to put in those support pillars there. That could have been bad. Okay. Let's just get this one section here. This way as far as we can. Uh-oh. I missed one. There we go. I think at this point I can now. Yeah. I need to get rid of you. Gotta keep that gap going. That's the whole purpose of it. Okay. Got to fill these parts in and then decide I want to place these. Okay, so I can put it here, probably be the easiest, but then again it's not gonna, so I think I have to go here. Because I'm going to have to put a cross here at the beginning, because for it to go straight up and in, this has to be on the edge. So I guess that is actually how we're going to have to place these. Oh. I'm out of resources. Let's head back. I'm going to have to look at setting up an auto crafter for the advanced things too. I got a decent chunk of them left over, but I am going to need more because I'm making I am making everything with the tier 3 belts. even though I don't necessarily need tier 3 belts or rails, however you want to call it. I just like having things be quick, especially if once it starts pulling stuff, I want it to be able to fill back up pretty quick. Alright. Need to have a way of getting back up to this one. Every time I come here, I just want to at least walk through it. I love how it looks. And I think it's probably about as decorative as you're really ever going to be able to get in the current state of this game. Kind of feeling like it's got glass windows, even though there's nothing up there. Again, it feels like it's like a TIE fighter or something would be flying out of here, or some kind of ejection or launch point on a spaceship, which I think is kind of cool. How much of the regulars do I have? Actually, I should probably grab those two. Probably put away more of the plants I found. And now that I'm over here, I'm probably going to want to, probably off stream, I'm probably going to want to take everything from this habitat and run it over to the new habitat, and then move my transporter over there as well. So I think that's the area I want to be coming into whenever I teleport in. Got a decent amount of those. I have no idea why it did that. More ammo. Okay. Yeah, once I run out of those. There we go. 75 hydration. Stuff I found messing around in the ruins. There we go. So I got a decent number of them. What do I need to make for a factory? It's been a while. Oh yeah. I won't be able to make these until the next area when I unlock glass. So I'm gonna have to do that pretty quick. Luckily, I still have quite a bit of these left over. Although technically I think I have a bunch over at that old base location. So I can actually run over and grab some from there. Yeah, like, I mean, look at this. Like, every one of my titanium farms has got like 16 stacks of housing just sitting there waiting. Yeah, I think technically I have the ability to make a lot more things than I normally would be able to, because of how I'm setting this up. So I need to decide exactly how many of things I would actually like. Because I think I can kind of make things despite how much I'm sending in if I wait until after I've filled everything up. And then it'll keep doing that until it's filled its buffer up. And then at that point, it'll stop pulling from there, and then they can backfill. Let's grab some more of all these. Again, I've got so many plants right now, but I still have some things to unlock, so it doesn't hurt for me to grab some plants as I'm running by. Okay, the other thing I notice now is I won't be able to start the second floor until this set of blocks. Which means I might actually want to come out here one more. Shoot. mean, technically it's still the same, so it's just going to be a smaller second floor here moving back. Because these are too tall for the second floor to get put up, unfortunately. No, that's not where you're supposed to go. That just made everything disappear. Alright, try that again. So right now we have 5, 6, 7, 8. Again, there was the 9 that we needed, plus the 2 extra. So based on that, let's at least finish this chunk here, so we can kind of get a real feel of how this is going to look. One of the reasons why I have all this going in on that ground floor is we're going to be running all of our rails under here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, all of our rails are going to be run on this bottom floor coming out of those storages, and then they're going to pop up through the floor, either like right before the inputs of the factories they're feeding, and then the outputs are going to drop back down the floor in the block directly behind. So the top ends up looking really clean. Literally just has the factories and then a tiny bit of a rail coming in and then a tiny bit of a rail going out, and that's it. So it's kind of the reason why I like this design choice I've decided to go with. It's what I've been building for the last two saves. And again, it just, in my mind, it has a look that I was trying to figure out how to do prior without having to use a million, square rails or cross rails, which is what we kind of have to do on the smaller bases. So once we get to these larger ones where we're kind of on a scale where we're using a lot more things, then I go ahead and choose to do it that way. And it still gives me the look that I was trying to get at our previous bases. But yeah, these are going to be, well, technically it would have gone out to here if it weren't for the storages. So the next one's going to be a bit bigger. The ones behind this, when we actually put those together. I mean, technically, originally I was saying I was going to wait till I figured out, but now that I know that I'm making them in these little grids, I think I can actually just go ahead and we can put this second layer here. And then basically I still have room to go back more if I need to, but we can at least for now go too deep. I think we'll be fine. Well, fine for now. Again, I'm going to sit there between these streams and I'm going to math it out and figure out exactly how much space I need. And when we come into that next stream, it's going to be graphed out. So I'll have an actual picture of where everything is positioned. And one of the reasons I like to do that too is because I can show where the beams are, and that actually is very impactful, because unfortunately the beams, if you're trying to say put something into a machine or out of the machine, and let's say the input is supposed to be coming up here but the machine is right here, you're unable to use that. So it gives me more of a understanding of spatial awareness of where the different pillars and stuff are, so I can make sure that everything is able to be routed properly. Nice. Yeah, it's gonna be, and I'll also put down to where everything's gonna go as far as inputs. So for the buffers, which ones are gonna be which. Biggest part though is going to be Connecting all the different factories of titanium. 4 factories. All sending the same thing, coming from 3 different sides of the map, and I gotta find a way to get them all to meet and put all their stuff into one storage. My last build, at the end where I was, it got kind of crazy in front of the build because of that very fact that I was trying to bring in multiples of the same thing and somehow get them all routed. But we made it work. It just would have been nice if I could have done it without having any spaghetti. Come on. Do I have you locked? I don't.
I'm detecting increased Ruptura activity. Prepare for a wave.
Dang it. I was close. Close to getting it all done. I still want to get this top in. Do I have a... I do. I got a spot over here. So somewhere over here is going to be my main area. Probably around here. I might actually expand this here out a little bit. I have to fit in the teleporter, so I can come in and out to this specific spot here, troubleshoot if I need to, adjust if I need to, put all my storage stuff. So I'm going to need to set something up. I've never done the large house before. This might be the time to do it. If this is going to, maybe each one of my main hubs, I'll put one of these so I don't have to do side-by-side habitats, and I'll have all the space to be able to fit everything. Not a bad idea. But I think we did a pretty decent job of getting everything routed here without using any dispatchers. Technically, we hit all the nodes. Got that titanium, wolfram, calcium, titanium, wolfram, titanium, calcium, wolfram, and titanium. So this entire area here is complete. I wish there were working helium here. I would make some glass, but we'll have to wait till we come over here. That'll be our next large area. We're going to be pulling from this entire area again. All the different things. Wolfram, titanium, titanium. I wish that was usable. Wolfram, calcium, titanium, wolfram. I think we had another titanium there, and then a couple heliums. So that'll all get pulled probably into this area here-ish. Depends on where I have to put the footprints of the feeder bases. Although I'm not planning on sending everything to one base to combine and then forwarding it with the stuff to another base to combine in that area. It's just going to be one big base, which will also have all the outputs of this base by rail feeding into it. So I should be good. Let's wait for this thing to die out here. I know they have mods that let you go outside during the ruptures. I wonder what it's like trying to work in this, because you can't... Everything's overheating, so you can't interact with anything. Maybe you can cool it down manually. Yeah, I'm kind of excited about this possible workaround. Especially as the speed of which I move through different areas, so the entire time I'm working another area, the back one can fill up and push out probably 2 to 3 times what it would do on its own under normal circumstances. Yeah, I think this will actually...
Planetary temperature returning to normal.
No. So many inputs coming in. Alright, let's go ahead and let's cap this thing off. Our did I get all my pillars input? I think I was just trying to get the last of the ones over here. Yes. I was trying to make sure you were the right height when the rupture warning hit. Okay, that should be the right height. Need to get rid of you. Oh, I can't because you're overheating. Okay. Let's go ahead and get this part here. So this is going to be a full chunk of this. One past. I might do that for real down the road, but I don't want to do it right now. Well, that's right, it won't let me because it's overheating. I was gonna say, I don't think I've maxed out the cooling potential here with the what the heck? Oh, I gotta come from that side. Yeah, with just the storages, that would be crazy. That'll be interesting to see how this actually fleshes out. It's a decent canvas, so I should be able to get a decent amount built here. Especially if I decide to go over the incoming supply here to fill up or to backfill some more buffers. If I were to leave things running overnight, I think that's where I would run into problems, but I don't. I want to do it this way, and hopefully it prevents me from needing to when I get towards that end. Okay. I probably am going to have to go one more section back, but for now we'll leave it at this way. Hey. What the heck do you think you're doing? That's not where I wanted you. Rest of you at the same height, at least? Okay, good. And then the only thing left that I'll still need to do, and I probably should have done this before I ran all these other things. Whatever. But I still need to have the underground run. This is where we'll be routing all of the cables. Is going to be on this floor here. And the cool thing is that I've discovered using this whether you want to call it a method or whatnot, is I don't put supports here. You can run multiple levels high. Like you can basically I call slamming things to the ground. So it's down basically as low as you can possibly get it to the ground, and then run something else a couple blocks short of normal, and then another set of blocks at normal, and then one that's up too high, and you can have them crisscrossing that way, which allows you to really fully utilize the space that is the underneath here. At least that's what I was doing on the my previous world. And I like the look of it. The biggest problem I had, or the biggest mistake I made, or however you want to look at it, again, was having everything coming in riding on dispatchers. And holy cow, did that F my world up. Yeah, now I gotta start putting these everywhere. Wait, what? No. Did I not lock you? Oh, I did not. That sucks. Okay, let's try this again. So I only need this in the areas, yeah, where I can see you. Yeah, if I can't see you, then you don't need to be there. But I do at this point because I can see. Okay, those places already have them. Come on. Get this proper height. No, I didn't think so. Because I think you needed to actually go above that. Okay, is that everywhere? Yep. All right, let's go finish this bottom layer. Lock you in. Uh-oh. This entire thing is the wrong height. No. Oh, that is, apparently. Gotcha. It wasn't the wrong. Oh, that one is the wrong height for sure. Okay, they weren't all the wrong height, but that one sure was. Oh, and so was that one. Alright, easiest way to fix this. There you go. Get the right height there. You are. Are you locked? Now you are. Okay. Looks like everything else was right. Yep, there we go. It's nice. Yeah, it's so much easier in the spots where you can go through there. Let's try to go one deeper. So that's about the easiest way to do these, is to find whichever way is allowing you to go the furthest, and then go that, and then just catch it up going the other direction like this. Oh, I guess I should have did that. Okay. Oh, there we go. It's like, what are you doing? Yeah. Building with 2 floors. Getting the initial infrastructure sometimes can be a pain, but once you do, I can't build any other way now. This is the only way I can or will build now. Just because of everything that you can do with the
Raptura is
the
in
hidden
stable
area.
stage. The climate
Call it the
of Arcadia
ugly
is
area.
returning to normal.
Almost done. And the reason we're leaving this gap here is so that we don't have the entire factory updating every single block every time we place something. At least until they fix it. And make it so that that mechanic that they designed in doesn't have the impact that it currently does. Yeah, if you're not careful and build with intention, the game will become unplayable. Okay. Mechanics are kind of wonky at times, I will admit. You can start from one block and drag and it won't let you, and then start from another block and drag the exact same amount of blocks and it will work just fine. Yeah, like that. Save. Yeah, this will be cool when it's done. Did I skip over a spot I was supposed to? No, did not. It's just long because I couldn't go as wide as I do normally due to a cliff.
Arcadia 7 has finished regenerating.
What the heck? Oh, you're... Again, the exact same blocks I was trying to do. I have to start at a different spot to make it work. Cool. Take you, nope, as far as you'll let me go. Okay. Whoa! Why are we different height here? That's why it was getting fussy. Oh, because you were the wrong height. And that's where I was pulling from. Oh, wait, are you not touching? I have a feeling you are not touching. Nope, you weren't. Now you are. How did I miss you? Okay, I'm gonna have to do the same with you. There we go. Now we can finish everything. Okay, so this is, for now, going to be our initial fully functional factory. So again, up until now, every one of these factories that we can see, even way over there, only produce what can be made from their individual ore. But they're all getting sent over here. They're going to come in to fill these. They've already got output buffers on each one of these, so there's like 2 sets of buffers on everything fed into here. And then the upper floor will build our factories. The bottom floor will run our cables. And the way that kind of works, and I'll do this really quickly here. So if I put this fabricator there, there's the input, and there's the output. So all I'll do is I'll come into here, take the cross, put it directly underneath it, And then I'll put this one away from it. So then I can come over here, pop you in, and pop you out. So input and output are one block, and the rest of it is clear. And then all we got to do down here is connect things. So that's the plan. Two things that I still have left that I've got to figure out before we can really implement this fully is I've got to take all the inputs from all these bases, four separate titanium bases, 3 wolfram, 2 calcium. I got to get those all connected so their outputs are going individually into the proper spots. I think we decided to go two. We have 2 extras, so like 2 rods, and I think the other one was like sheets or something. I'll look into it before we actually build it. But yeah, these are all the inputs from those factories. All those factories came over to here, and they're right there. And then those ones are over to here, and then these ones are just sitting right there, waiting to come in. So we'll combine them, fill up each one of these. I will graph out where all the things are going to go on here, and I probably 100% I'm going to have to go further out the back, because this is going to be, even though it's just this stuff without any helium or anything, I'm going to be making excess of what I'm actually producing, because all these areas are going to be double buffered, 30 plus stacks of everything, so I should be able to go a little bit over, and then those outputs again are going to buffer, and then they'll be sent over this hill here, and then we'll start building over there. Same thing though, each one of these individual ore sites will be turned into its own feeder factory, and then it'll all feed into the center area over there, where we'll build another one of these. And the extra, or the outputs of what's left here and the extras of what we have that get routed over there will go to that factory. So that's my plan. But for now, I'm happy with the looks of things. Everything is so far looking pretty clean. Lots of excess buffers, storage. We're good on power. Each one of these is individually powered for the moment. Eventually, when they connect, they'll start sharing, and it'll be one big shared buffer. But yep, I think that's probably where I'm gonna have to call the stream tonight, because again, we're 12:11, and the next thing is going to be a very big project on its own, and I would like to spend some time tomorrow graphing things out and getting an idea on where I want to put stuff, so when we stream again on Monday, we'll get right to work placing, well, first of all, connecting the feeder buffers, and then building our factories. So anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream tonight. If you're on Twitch and you have not followed, I'd appreciate if you would consider that. And for those on YouTube, if you did enjoy this, please go ahead and hit that like button, leave a comment, and if you haven't already subscribed, I would appreciate if you would also consider hitting that. But with that being said, thanks for watching, and I will see you next time.